Good evening, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Montues. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing some OW2s. More testing. Apparently, my CPU or my computer just has a couple hiccups last couple days. I think I got it fixed, though. Whenever my computer idles, apparently it was causing crashing, which, once again, means there's some sort of degradation. I thought I fixed it yesterday, but apparently I didn't, and that became apparent when I went to bed and woke up to a locked-up computer. So, yeah. Yeah. I think I got it fixed, though. I just had to increase idle voltage a little bit. I don't know if that actually impacted my gameplay at all, or what. We'll see tonight, guys. Yeah. Also going to be trying some new things here. Upgraded my stream quality, so the stream should look a little bit better than normal. Whether or not that's true or not remains to be seen. I'll take a look at the VOD at the end of today's stream. Because it doesn't really pay to look at it right now, because there's nothing going on my screen, so. Huh. I didn't change my category, did I? Right. Hmm. Looks pretty good. Gonna have to wait and see. Look at the actual gameplay at the end of tonight's stream, so. Yeah. You're not gonna be able to tell really anything from the start screen. First EV? Yeah, I saw this actually news. First EV fire. Uh-huh. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, it's a mess. Yep. There's very conflicting opinions on Wakanda Forever. Dude, Marvel tried to hype the fuck out of Wakanda Forever, and with people not really buying it. Yeah. Good shit. Let's take a look at that, too. Also, I haven't looked at Tom Scott in a while. Maybe I'll take a look at that, too. Uh-huh. Ah, this is the guy that doesn't talk. Yeah, just goes and does random stuff in Japan. It's over for Battlefield? No, it's not. You know how many people have said this before? Yeah. Okay, we got a lot of good stuff. I want to take a look at the Critical Drinker's take on the movie, too. However, first, I'm going to get my coffee. Ah, good. Okay. I'll be back, guys. Grab my coffee. Alrighty. What do we got going on here? Let's take a look at Critical Drinker, guys.
You don't need some asshole like me to tell you that Black Panther was one of the biggest success stories in the entire MCU.
It wasn't, in my opinion. I watched Black Panther. I was confused because it had two antagonists, both of which sucked, and then one was just a generic ripoff of the main character. In my opinion, Black Panther wasn't actually that good.
Helped in
But a
no
lot of
small
people like it specifically because it has a black main character, one of the first black main characters in Marvel that actually had a main spotlight. Yeah.
part by a stellar cast of extremely talented actors, a prime slot at the tail end of the Infinity Saga when the momentum of the franchise was virtually unstoppable. I mean, Jesus, if Captain Marvel could make over $1 billion, then I think we can safely conclude that people were willing to watch pretty much anything with the Marvel name slapped on it. Not to mention a powerful socio-political movement that for some reason decided to make this movie its chosen champion, much to Disney's non-dismay. Either way, whatever its objective merits, Black Panther was a smash hit with critics and audiences alike. The question is, what happens when you take away all those vital props and advantages and replace them with nothing at all? Well, you end up with Wakanda Forever, a bloated, preachy, tedious, self-important, clumsily written mess of a film with an uninspiring protagonist, a tenuous plot, ridiculous action sequences, highly questionable morality, and the most boring, forgettable MCU villain since this guy. And apart from a couple of genuinely poignant and heartwarming scenes at the very start and end, it made me feel absolutely nothing. Well, apart from mild boredom and irritation. In short, short, just as I said on my stream the other day, Wakanda Forever is to Black Panther what Wonder Woman 1984 was to its predecessor. Both movies are proof that you can't catch lightning in a bottle, especially when your bottle's completely broken. Anyway, let's get the plot summary over with. And I apologise in advance for the lack of relevant footage on this one, but let's be real here, the film's just out and it's basically impossible to put anything comprehensive in without getting a copyright strike. But such is life. So the movie opens with Shuri working frantically in her lab in Wakanda. Her brother T'Challa is dying from an unknown illness, and the only thing that can save him is the magical bullshit herb that first turned him into Black Panther. I mean, I was under the impression that the herb grants permanent strength and health benefits after a single dose, but whatever. I guess if you get really ill, you have to take more to reinforce it or something. The problem is that all the herbs were destroyed by Captain Mega Kill from the first movie, so Shuri's only option is to try to synthesize a new batch. It's very clear that her work isn't going to be successful, and even Wakandan Jarvis urges her to give it up and be by her brother's side in his final moments, but she refuses to stop. She keeps working because it's the only way she knows how to deal with the situation. She's a woman grounded in science and technology, and she's used to finding solutions to almost any problem.
The actual comic book, by the way, apparently in the comic book she's just a warrior.
Right here, when she needs it the most, all of her knowledge and intellect can't help her. And well, the results are inevitable. It's a well-written, perfectly directed, and brilliantly acted scene that hits like a ton of bricks, and for a brief moment it raised my hopes that this film was about to defy my expectations and give me something genuinely awesome.
Basically, from what I understand, it's basically a memorial.
Skip forward a year or so, and all is not well in the Kingdom of Wakanda. Queen Ramonda attends a meeting at the UN to lay the smackdown on some toxic white males. Because of course, what other demographic could they possibly be? For the crime of expecting Wakanda to honour trade agreements that they already signed up for. Basically, the Wakandans had agreed to share their vibranium with the rest of the world to help them combat possible threats to global security, but now she's like, nah, it'll be fine, we're just gonna keep it all for ourselves. Why? Because they don't want other nations to become as powerful as them in case they turn against them.
Are you serious?
I'd like to point out that this is the same country who stood by and did precisely fuck all during multiple world-ending events, who refused to share any of their resources or technology with the impoverished African nations that border them, and who seem...
That was one of the biggest things in Black Panther, guys, in the first movie. One of the biggest takeaways I had was the fact that there is this flourishing city in Africa, Wakanda, right? In Africa. And they're surrounded by basically pig farmers that barely have access to medicine, in which they don't share any of what they have with them. Like, stark contrast. I mean, it's one of the plot elements of how they're so hidden, right in plain sight. But holy shit, like, it kind of sends a message when you refuse to help those around you because you don't want to. You're like, yeah, no, they should keep doing what they're doing.
Seem to think it's totally fine to conduct unilateral operations against nuclear-armed superpowers.
Hans, are we the baddies?
Damn, Wakanda, you're lucky you haven't been invaded and pounded into the ground at this point. It's a perfect example of a recurring phenomenon that I've noticed in the MCU in recent years that I can best describe as, it's okay when we do it. Failing to instantly distribute limited resources to a world population that effectively doubled overnight.
You've got to do better, Senator. You've got to step up.
But choosing to withhold vital natural resources that you have in such abundance that you could literally never exhaust them.
Wakanda forever!
Killing an enemy combatant in an active operation who literally just executed your best friend? That's a war crime right there. But conducting unsanctioned military operations in sovereign countries with innocent civilians all around?
The Dora Milaje have jurisdiction wherever the Dora Milaje find themselves to be. Sheer fucking hubris.
Wakanda, it's okay when we do it. Also,
Yeah,
for some
pretty
reason, characters keep claiming that Wakanda is the most powerful nation on Earth now, but I'm genuinely struggling to understand how they reached that conclusion. They're a small Central African country with a grand total of 1 city, and they go into battle armed with spears, shields, and rhinos. Somehow I don't think they'd last very long in a war against America, or China, or Russia. Anyway, the upshot of all this is that the Americans start searching for other sources of vibranium that might exist in the world, and wouldn't you know it, they soon find some in the Atlantic Ocean. Unfortunately, the research vessel comes under attack by a bunch of blue fish people who kill the crew and steal the vibranium detector. Flash over to Wakanda, and Shuri and Ramonda are enjoying a nice heart-to-heart by the riverbank when this arsehole shows up and introduces himself.
My people call me Khan, but my enemies call me Namor.
Nah, fuck that. I'm calling you Ocean Man from now on, mate.
Aquaman?
Because the drinker has jurisdiction wherever the drinker finds himself to be. So Ocean Man is the leader of the Blue Fish people, who are another race of isolationist arseholes, this time living in the deep ocean. You know, at a certain point you have to wonder how many more ancient, previously unknown factions, cultures and nations are going to come out of the woodwork in this franchise. Anyway, whatever. Ocean Man's angry because he doesn't want humans poking around his underwater kingdom and stealing all his vibranium, so he wants the Wakandans to help him track down the scientist who made the detector machine so that he can kill her. Where do I even begin with this one? I mean, for a start, how exactly does Ocean Man know that this machine was constructed by one particular scientist? Did she write her name on it? And even if it was, what purpose would it serve to kill or abduct her now? As far as he knows, she would have left behind drawings, blueprints, all kinds of designs and technical information that people could use to construct another one. Shit man, even Tony Stark had to design his first Iron Man suit before he started building it. It would be like taking out Robert Oppenheimer after the bombings of Hiroshima. It's a bit late for that now, mate. The cat's out of the bag. Also, none of this means anything anyway because the Americans already know exactly where the vibranium is. I mean, do you really think that ship you attacked wouldn't have logged its position or been tracked by satellites, drones and global positioning systems or called in what they'd found before you killed them all? The fact that the ship was attacked in international waters would be a very obvious red flag to the Americans that they'd found exactly what they were looking for and that someone was trying to stop them. All of this puts the Wakandans in a pretty awkward position because the Americans believe they were responsible for the attack. I mean, if that's the case, then such an attack would definitely be considered an act of war that would almost definitely lead to military retaliation, but apparently everyone's chill about it for now, so whatever. Either way, the Wakandans have to do something, so Okoye and Shuri decide to go after the scientist and bring her in. And to find her, they contact Bilbo Baggins because I guess these movies haven't humiliated Martin Freeman enough yet. Oh, and if you want a little example of the fucking horrendous pacing of this movie that resulted in it almost being
I heard it was
3
like
hours
way
long,
too long.
then allow me to set the scene for you. So Bilbo Baggins is out jogging in the woods when a mosquito starts pestering him. He tries to swat it away, but it keeps hovering in front of him like it's trying to get his attention. Eventually, he realizes it's not actually a mosquito, it's a miniature drone that wants him to follow it. So he duly follows it through the woods, not suspecting that this could be anything sinister, where it eventually leads him to Okoye and Shuri. Fucking why? What was the point in any of this? If you wanted to make contact with the guy, why didn't you just hide behind a bush and grab him while he was running? Or wait on the path ahead of him so he'd literally run straight into you? I mean, you're already out in the middle of fucking nowhere anyway. Why did you have to lead him further into the woods? Why does this movie keep setting up stuff whose only purpose is to waste our time? Oh, and in case you're thinking this is just set up for some cool payoff later, it isn't. The mosquito drone is literally never seen nor mentioned again. Fucking awesome writing, guys. And of course, Bilbo immediately spills his guts and gives away vitally important national security information by telling them where to find the scientist, because that's what elite CI operatives are supposed to do, right?
Not a great plan.
Yep.
Seriously, dude, how the fuck did you even get this job? So they go to the university where the scientist works, and wouldn't you know it, it's a 19-year-old college student named Riri Williams. Better known from the comic books as a cheap, idealized knockoff of Tony Stark, minus the flaws, personality, and charisma. And she also builds quantum supercomputers and Iron Man suits out of scrap materials in her spare time, because fuck it, of course she does. Honestly, I can't wait until we get to the point where weapons and technology are designed by 2-year-olds who invented surgical implements while still in the womb so they could perform a cesarean section on themselves. So Shuri and Okoye bring her...
I was actually thinking fucking MacGyver, but I guess that's a one up when, you know, you have female empowerment to the point at which they cut themselves out of the womb with with tools they built in there. Like, holy fucking shit.
Ren, but oh no, the FBI arrived to stop them. But that's okay because it's basically an excuse to have an extended chase sequence where Riri crashes an aircraft into a police barricade, almost certainly killing and injuring at least a dozen police officers for the crime of doing their jobs. But oh no, Ocean Man and his blue fish people show up and capture Shuri and Riri. Wait, does that make them Shuriri? Anyway, he takes them down to his underwater kingdom to persuade Shuri to join forces with him because apparently he's decided the best solution now is to kill every single person on the surface.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Never mind that Shuri isn't even the ruler of Wakanda and is therefore in no place to make decisions on behalf of her people. Don't think about it, just consume the products. But it doesn't matter anyway because T'Challa's girlfriend from the previous movie shows up to rescue them, and honestly, the character was so completely forgettable that I genuinely forgot she even existed until they brought her back in. Naturally, this makes Ocean Man extremely angry, so he attacks Wakanda by making everything a bit wet, and Queen Ramonda drowns while saving Riri. You've got to love how the Wakandans totally don't give a shit about the rest of the world, but they're also willing to jeopardize their entire civilization to save one girl they've never met. Then Ocean Man says that he'll be back in a week or so to get Shuri's answer about helping him to wipe out the human race, because truly, there's no better way to win someone's cooperation than murdering the human race.
They definitely should have recast T'Challa. This actually looks like, I forgot what it's called. It's a type of glass used for lighthouses. It's flipped upside down, obviously, but it's a lens for a lighthouse. Fresnel lens. Okay. Familiar? Doesn't look like it's diffracting light the same way, but it's very similar design.
Because truly, there's no better way to win someone's cooperation than murdering their only living relative. Anyway, I guess it's time to bring this shit show to an end. So Shuri 3D prints a new magical bullshit herb from combining a bracelet from Ocean Man with T'Challa's DNA. Wait, what? In fact, nah, just forget it. Who even cares at this point? Then she becomes the new Black Panther and they all get on a giant submarine, which is definitely something I'd expect to find in a small landlocked Central African country, and they head out to confront Ocean Man and the Bluefish people. And their killer strategy to defeat him? Lock him in a room with some heaters to dry him out. You know, I'm not entirely convinced this movie isn't just some elaborate troll. So there's a whole bunch of CGI fighting and bloodless killing, and Shuri gets a spear shoved right through her stomach, almost severing her entire spinal column, but she's like, nah, it'll be fine. Then she blasts him with the afterburner from an engine, and he gives up, and everything goes back to the way it was before. And that's it. That's the plot for Wakanda Forever. Jesus fuck mothering Christ, what a mess this film is. Somehow managing to combine all the worst tendencies of the MCU, the overuse of bad CGI, the ridiculous levels of technology and power creep, the constant need to introduce
power creep, guys. We talked about it multiple times. I haven't actually, by the way, we've watched Critical Drinker for probably about 2 years now. I have not heard him mention power creep up until recently, where I mentioned it on his. I left a comment, a couple comments on him about it on his videos. Which one was that? Mentioning the power creep in. It wasn't House of the Dragon. What was it? She-Hulk? No. I think it was Prey. Months ago. Yeah, where we've talked about before, where everything, it's literally, the superhero movies have gotten to the point, it's not just Marvel, by the way, superheroes movies have gotten to the point, it's one of the reasons I don't watch them anymore, have gotten to the point of literally action figures just going like this. There's no realism to what they're doing in any way, shape, or form. They're just like, you know, if, imagine kids in the 90s going, brah, 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 and brah, 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 with their action figures. Oh my god, I launched the cannon at you, pew! You know, one of those things, and literally does fuck all to each of them. Like, they developed a thing called battle damage, right? Where you'd have a piece of, like, their body that would just pop off or something called battle damage. Because they wanted to make it a little bit more realistic, because they realized kids going, pow, 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 pow. with their superhero and how they could go bow, 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 bow with their G.I. Joe isn't really, nothing really happens there, right? And it's basically where superhero movies have gotten to the point where all of them are omnipotent, omniscient gods, god tier beasts that literally, like, they just write who wins. It doesn't make sense in any way, shape, or form. They just write who wins, despite it being something that has been tackled in anime for the last 30 years, right? Dragon Ball has addressed power creep by making different power levels of characters. They're over 9,000, right? Being one of the most obvious, where they had ways of ranking the characters and they have ways of exceeding the power, and then at the same time they have ways of batting them back down and putting them into check by something that's generally more powerful. It leads to a bigger and bigger scenario, right, where we're now in like the wars of the universe or whatever the fuck it is, right? Or universes, not even universes, war of the universes. It keeps getting bigger and bigger, but at the end of the day, there's still characters that bring everything into check. I think they added one character that basically just checked everything, which was the All King or whatever his name is, right? He's like basically God. He's essentially God, not a god. He is the God in the DBZ universe, and that's basically just the way it is. Like, you can just snap. He's like Thor with the golly. You can just snap people out of existence, or they can snap God out or people out of existence just by on a whim, basically, is what it comes down to. Yeah, like they eventually have characters that check other characters, and they have different power levels, because you can't have and characters act accordingly, right? You have Krillin in the Saiyan saga, or the Frieza saga, who is definitely afraid of Frieza because he is nowhere capable of actually tackling him, right? In fucking superhero movies and Marvel Universe, people don't give two fucking shits. It doesn't matter who they are. They're all gods, and at the same time, it means no one's a god, right? There's no relativity between the characters. Power creep is something that all the superhero universes need to deal with, and they don't. They just make everything more and more and more and more and more powerful until you have like fucking like Saturn, or what is Sentinel, who just literally just is everything. He's just another god, just another generic god in the series, that basically. And when you look at like these battles between superhero battles, like the Facebook threads, you're like, I can cast magic missile. Oh no, I use all-seeing vision. Like one of these stupid things, and literally it doesn't fucking mean anything. Even D&D, like video games, has rules in order to govern the universe, because a universe without rules that governs it is fucking pointless, because it doesn't fucking make sense. And in the case of Marvel movies, they don't fucking even understand the basics of shonen anime. Like, they don't understand the basics of having characters that have to deal with each other in a realistic scenario, right? Because not everyone's going to be as powerful as everyone else. That's just the way the world is. And they're going to act that way, right? They're going to act like, I can't take on fucking Aquaman or whatever the guy's name in Black Panther, because, I'm not nearly as strong as them. And, you have to be clever at the end of the day. You have to have a way of one-upping them. You can't just take fucking spear hits to the gut and just be perfectly fine no matter what. Even Goku, like when he got fucking shot, it was Krillin, got shot through the stomach and he just fucking died. Because that's just the way it is. He can be brought back with the Dragon Balls, but once again, that's a mechanic and a set of rules that governs. So we're at a point with superhero movies, with Marvel and DC, where we're below Dragon Ball Z in terms of realism. That's fucking obnoxious. And even though you can use the Dragon Balls to wish back a character, they have rules and limitations to them, right? Depending on which dragon you summon, they can only wish back someone that is below the power level of the dragon that summons, that they summon, right? So then they have to gather the galactic Dragon Balls or whatever it is, right? And it changes depending on who you're talking to, because there's rules, there's mechanics that govern the universe. In the case of Marvel movies, there aren't fucking rules. There's no fucking rules. And if there are, they immediately violate them and they don't mean fucking anything.
Pandering and lecturing.
It's not because I don't like fantasy. I don't watch modern movies because I don't like fantasy. I love fantasy. I love sci-fi, especially sci-fi. I love dystopias. But in the case of Marvel, in the case of DC, in the case of modern superhero movies, they don't fucking keep anything in check anymore, and they don't care. The writers don't give two shits, and that's putting aside the fact that they're literally just trying to crank your head back and shove down political agenda. That's putting that aside. Just like the most fundamental level, they don't fucking handle it all. Even like Arcane, one of the reasons Arcane's good is because the characters they just aren't all equally as powerful as each other. They have pros and cons to each person, right? They do different things. And they can have all the, well, not all the agenda, but they can have their bit of agenda in there as long as they write a good story and they have a good plot and mechanics, overall universe. It feels flushed out and as if it's something that could actually potentially be real, right? In the case of Marvel movies, it's not fucking real. Like in one of the problems I had with it's starting to rear its ugly head at the end of Phase 3, Phase 2, where they had the battle for Ragnarok or whatever it was, the final battle in Avengers Endgame. They had the final battle in Avengers, and they just fucking open these gateways out of nowhere, and all this fucking shit comes through out of nothing, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's so exciting. And I'm like, where the fuck did this shit come from? Why did this happen? Like 3 hours ago, days ago. Where the fuck did these armies come from? Like, there's no preparation, there's no build up, there's nothing. And most of these empires that decided to show up out of nowhere were generally defeated or had already fought Thanos. They already fought Thanos and had failed. And then there's like, hey guys, look, we just found these extra units in auxiliary just out of nowhere. Open all the portals, they all fall through. And then you have this like fucking magical rhinoceros army from Wakanda, putting aside the fact that it'd be terrible, just like fucking willed out of nothing. And you're just like, Jesus Christ, guys, what the fuck's going on here? Yeah, I was like, okay, all right, sure. And then of course there's the Miss Marvel, which just completely fucked things up because she was not written into the first two movies in any way, shape, or form. And this comes out of nowhere and almost single-handedly ruins or just wrecks Thanos. And you're like, what? Where was she? Was she doing her nails or something? What the fuck's going on here? And it just took away all the sacrifice other characters made because she could have showed up earlier and just ended things, right? It doesn't fucking make sense. And they expect the audience to be too stupid to notice the stupid shit they're doing. And you should have writers that are smarter than the audience for the most part. They should know what they're doing, and they should think things out and not just fucking trip out on Adderall and just write a script, which is basically what most writers, I'm pretty sure, do, is they just pop a couple Adderall and just pound out a script in a couple weeks, and that's it. And they don't give two shits about what they're writing.
That feels like 3 different films hastily chopped
like
up
fanfic.
and patched together. The tragic death of Chadwick Boseman was a huge loss, both to Hollywood in general and to this film.
And unfortunately, they didn't recast T'Challa, which, once again, Superman does not belong to one actor. Batman does not belong to one actor. James Bond does not belong to one actor. They die, that sucks. You move on. But instead they have, we're going to have this memorial, and we aren't going to recast this character to honor our first black superhero that really made it off on the big screen. You're like, Jesus Christ, guys, literally just recast him as an actor. I'm sure there's people like to say how skin color doesn't matter, and there's plenty of black actors picked from another one, right? And they didn't. They just decided no.
Film in particular, and clearly the script had to be rewritten to accommodate it. But what it really needed was a complete rewrite from top to bottom, and it absolutely didn't get
Needed
it.
a new
What
actor.
we have here feels rushed and haphazard, like characters were swapped around at the 11th hour without any thought for how it impacts the overall story. People can be having moody contemplations on the nature of loss, death, and grief one minute, and then cracking jokes and smiling the next like nothing even happens. It's so weird and jarring, and it doesn't fit with the film's themes of how people
Writers
cope
don't
with
put
personal
themselves in
tragedy,
the
partly
the
because it's
perspective of the
MCU,
characters.
so we can't go more than a few minutes without some forced goofy humour, and partly because this is all leftovers from a very different version of the scripts. Like I say, it should have been properly rewritten, but like everything with Marvel, it has to all be done as quickly as possible. We've got to produce new products every couple of weeks, or people will forget that we even existed. Go, 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 don't think about it, just get it done. Speaking of things that totally don't fit with this film, Ocean Man has got to be one of the worst antagonists in MCU history, and that's fucking saying something, believe me. His backstory is tedious and convoluted, and delivered by a long-winded info dump that actually made me leave the cinema for a couple of minutes to go for a shit. And I couldn't believe it, but it was still going by the time I got back. He's not in the least intimidating or powerful to look at. You don't get a strong sense of what motivates him or what his thought processes are, and generally, he looks completely ridiculous. I mean, Killmonger wasn't exactly a complicated villain either, and I can't say his plan made a huge amount of sense overall, but you at least understood where
Evil
the guy
Black
was
Panther?
coming from. Ocean Man says and does whatever the plot needs him to do to make the next thing happen, and that's basically it. There's a weak, half-arsed attempt to tie his personal experiences in with Shuri's and tease the idea that grief and sadness could ultimately turn her evil, but it doesn't work at all because the two characters are coming at it from wildly different directions. Again, a complete rewrite of the script from the ground up might have fixed this, but like everything else at Marvel these days, getting the next product out there was way more important than artistic integrity. Speaking of next product, Riri Williams is an absolutely pointless addition to this film. She's there because they needed a platform to launch the character, and this was the most convenient way to do it, I guess. She does almost nothing throughout the whole film, apart from killing police officers. She has no particular character arc or personal journey, and even her skill set completely overlaps with Shuri's. They're both insanely talented teenage mega geniuses who can build anything and solve any scientific problem, which kind of makes you wonder why we needed two of them.
I like her.
Why? Basically, she's just a plot device that people fight over, and for some reason, she's treated like the most important person in the entire world, like she really is the girl who's the key to everything. And while I'm talking about Shuri, I might as well get this one out there. She is a bad choice to replace T'Challa. I mean, come on, there was never any doubt that they'd choose a woman to be the next Black Panther, but why her of all people? Okoye would have been a much more logical choice, and even T'Challa's girlfriend might have worked, but Shuri's supposed to be a geeky side character. She's there to be snarky and funny. She doesn't have the depth or personality to take on this kind of role. I mean, don't get me wrong, she's definitely less smug and abrasive than in previous movies, but there's no getting around the fact that she's just not that interesting as a person. The fact that Letitia Wright makes a garden rake look morbidly obese doesn't exactly help when it comes to the fight scenes. She looks frail and awkward, even in the Black Panther costume, and I absolutely couldn't buy into her fight with Ocean Man. I'm also getting a bit fucking tired of Madam Hydra, who keeps cropping up in things just to remind us that she's a character that exists. Julie Dreyfus is a good actress, but she looks completely lost here, like she's got no idea what her character is supposed to be or why. And to be honest, I don't blame her because I don't fucking know either. Now, if I had to praise something about this movie, I'd say that the acting is generally good, especially from Angela Bassett, who pretty much carries the film on her shoulders. She's really going for it in pretty much every one of her scenes, and she commands attention whenever she's around. And holy shit, one thing's for sure, she's stayed in shape. How can you be 64 years old? Damn, I'd rather see her play the Black Panther than Shuri. As I hinted at before, the pacing of this movie is fucking abusive.
Think there's sci-fi
Wakanda Forever clocks
CG
in
done?
at nearly 3 hours, and by God, do you feel every minute of it. The pacing makes an Arctic glacier look like an F1 car. Scenes and conversations drag on about twice as long as they should because nobody can just get to the fucking point. Everything has to be accomplished in the slowest, least efficient way possible. Honestly, you could cut this film down to under 2 hours and lose absolutely nothing of value. And it's all padded out with dramatic action scenes that are unintentionally hilarious because of how inept they are, forced comedy that's about as funny as an episode of She-Hulk, and moral lectures that I could best describe as extremely flexible depending on who they're applied to. Which makes it doubly frustrating that the movie's final scene is a genuinely heartfelt and moving tribute to Chadwick. Quiet, dignified and thoughtful. In short, it's everything that Wakanda Forever isn't. Boseman was a man whose loss was clearly felt by everyone who knew and worked with him, but perhaps most of all by the movie that he should have been part of. And that pretty much wraps it up for me. But just before I leave, I wanted to thank everyone for the incredible response to the Rogue Elements Kickstarter that we launched.
Advertisement.
We've raised an incredible amount of money already that's going to let us do a whole lot of stuff that we never could have imagined before. And if by any chance you still want to be involved and follow the progress of this film behind the scenes, there's still a few days left to become a backer, so I'll put the link in the description.
Like I said before, it's kind of weird that the goal is so low. If he wants to make a motion picture, he said it $23,000. That's an absolute non-existent amount of money for a motion picture. He wants to make a short film. I guess for a short film, maybe. It depends on how long a short film is, like 20 minutes or something. Short films are generally like 10 or 20 minutes, so maybe. Good. The funniest thing about the social commentary aspect of the movie is that Wakanda is everything they despise. It's ethically ethnically homogenous, overly wealthy, and well-off nation that became this way out of sheer luck, hoards its resources, follows ancient, often archaic and backwards customs, and lives by an isolationist stand of letting the greater world suffer and die out of sheer lack of concern or care. Yep. There's people trying to set up power levels compared to other characters. Shonen. Did I spell shonen wrong? Ah. Each other, I guess, is 2 words. I thought it was 1 word, depending on how it's used. Good. Okay. As you can expect, guys, pretty much as expected. I do like Critical Drinker's takes on things. It's pretty much spot on. There's a lot of things that are going into why modern movies and TV series are bad, and putting aside political ideology, political agenda that's just being absolutely ham-fisted into things. The just stories aren't good in general. Unfortunately, there's a lot of reasons for that. Power creep or just unrealistic heroes, villains is also part of it. Okay. Let's take a look at Timescott video. Timescott videos are pretty cool. Short and
The trouble
sweet.
with a lot of real-world experiments is that you can't have a control group. If you're researching, say, how riverbanks are affected by erosion, then either you have to observe the erosion happening in the wild with lots of messy variables like weather and climate and wildlife, or you have to rely on tiny scale models or computer simulations. You can't take an actual river, let it erode its banks for a while, then stop the water, rebuild everything, and just run it again with one thing changed. Unless you build your own river, which is exactly what the University of Sherbrooke in Canada has done. Will you start the pumps, please?
So I've done a lot of studies in nature on real rivers. You do get excellent information, but you can't pick out specific variables and play with them. We built this with the idea that we can study sediment transport on a scale that kind of represents close to, well, a small river or creek. The water starts in the reservoir. The pumps pump from the reservoir, and then it discharges into the approach channel, which is made to be very large so that we diminish any turbulence that might be brought in there by the pumps. After that, we have a weir, and then it arrives in the river and goes down, and that's where we do our experiments. From the river, it falls over an overflow into a sediment trap. From the sediment trap, it goes back into the reservoir. It's a recirculating system. Probably takes 2 or 3 minutes for the water to recirculate. So it is all repeatable. We can adjust the pumps for a certain level, have that one day, come back a week later, and have the same flow coming through the system. We have 2 70-kilowatt pumps. At the moment, we can have 800 liters per second, and we have room for another pump.
Okay, compared to the Mississippi, this doesn't look that big, but here's how powerful it is. We anchored down a GoPro camera to get those shots near the weir, and the water just blasted it away. One of the team here had to wade in to save it before it got washed into the basin, never to be recovered.
Thank you, Basim.
So it does a very good job of representing small rivers, and the processes that happen here are much more related to, say, a river than small laboratories. Obviously, in larger rivers, you have more scales of turbulence, but those scales, they should be similar in our size.
I've seen a small-scale model years ago when I visited the Bay model in California. It's a 1 to 1,000 scale copy of the San Francisco Bay, which means it's the size of a football field. But the 1960s engineers who built it had to stick a load of copper strips into the base to make the water behave like it would at full scale. By all accounts, they did really well, particularly for before computers, but it's no comparison to having a model that is closer to real-world size.
This summer, we were looking at erosion induced by a bank, an artificial bar we put in.
Bigger's
Throughout
better.
the world, there's a problem in understanding how much erosion is going to happen for a given flood. So as an engineer, you want to be able to run a model that will tell you how much bank erosion you'll have in the future. We would also, next year, like to start looking at ice cover and the effect of ice on things like bank erosion, floods, because ice-related flooding is a huge problem. Having a river where you can model ice would be quite unique.
A lot of this work can be done with computer simulations now, but the code for those simulations still has to be validated and checked somewhere like this. And sometimes the researchers here are working on things that they're
Validation is testing, making sure you're testing what you intend on testing, guys.
Pretty much a
So just because you have a test doesn't mean it actually tests what you're trying to test with that test, right? If you're making your own test, just keep saying test more. Yeah.
problem, but no,
Validation
there
is
are
very
still
important in
new
the scientific
technologies that
method,
need to be
as well as
tested.
verification.
And one of them is up there, getting the aerial shots for this video.
To model this river with a particle interaction model would take many days, months, years to run. We have projects involving large-scale particle image velocimetry. This is a new technique. With a drone, you'll take the water surface and then you can have a velocity which you can then relate to a discharge. How much water is moving through a section of river per second. And having a method of measuring discharge without actually going into the river is very useful because it's very difficult to go into these rivers at high flows. It's very dangerous, in fact. The water surface can be affected just by the general wind, but then that can influence or bias the results of the flow we actually want to measure.
And sure, by the grand scales of water parks and whitewater rafting centres, this isn't the biggest artificial river in the world, but it is one that's built for research. Even if that does mean that the team here wouldn't let me bring my own inflatable tube to ride down it.
Nobody has ever been down on an inflatable tube. It's an interesting idea, but I don't think I would advise it. So I don't think I would advise it.
Good. Oh! Oh! Look at the water, guys. Oh! Look at the pixelation. Oh! You think Tom Scott does 30 FPS or 60 FPS, guys? Let's check real quick.
Laboratories. Obviously, in larger rivers, you have more scales of turbulence.
25.
But those
Oh no,
scales,
Tom Scott.
They should be similar.
I personally think, guys, that all real life footage, especially for documentaries or if you do IRL streams, should 100% be 60 FPS at the very least. 25 or 23.97, I think it is totally a cinema thing. 25 is PAL, I believe, for UK. NTSC, I believe, is 23.97. And that's more of a cinematic experience, but when you do like real life stuff like this, it should totally be 60 FPS.
Velocity, which you can then relate to a discharge. How much water is moving through a section of river per second.
Like you can literally see it, like you can see it chirking. Like look at the gravel on the side. You guys should be able to see it because it's only 25.
Per second. And having a method of measuring discharge
and just looks much cleaner in my opinion.
Is very useful because it's very difficult to go into these rivers at
artifact in here at the end though. Look at all this. The Gardlygook. Tom Scott, please. Tom Scott could literally record in like 8K if he wanted to, but he doesn't. You could also do 4K at 30 or 4K at 60 would be even better, but you know, especially real life stuff. There's almost no excuse to go 4K at 60, by the way. You can buy GoPros that do 4K at 60. It increases the size a lot, but that's not really that big of a deal nowadays because you can buy, 4 terabyte SD cards and shit like that. So there really isn't much of an excuse to not do 4K or even 4K at 60 because the tools are there now and editing power is also there. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But in the case of something like this, I think it'd add a lot to his channel. But I'm also not Tom Scott and I'm not successful, so. Yeah. Okay. Let's do an upload, guys. Someday, guys. Someday. They're worried about it's not just YouTube. That's you can see the cam quality was bad. That's not YouTube. YouTube introduces artifacts in and of themselves, and that might be YouTube artifacts because that's possible. But it looks like either his bitrate was too low. Well, putting aside his bitrate being too low, he could have done 1080p at 60, or he could do, which is definitely available, or you can do like 4K 30, 4K 60. You know, obviously, everyone has to deal with YouTube and what YouTube decides to do until they decide to do AV1, which will be pretty good. AV1's coming up, by the way. Oh, by the way, I just improved my my Twitch quality should be better, by the way, tonight. We'll see if it's true because I improved my encoder. Whether or not it works, we'll see. I'm going to go back and look at the footage after the stream's done tonight and compare and contrast. Let's see. And no, not headshots. So as I found out, guys, as I mentioned, it appears as though my CPU was not completely stable. How much that has been influencing what I've been doing in Overwatch will remain to be seen tonight. And stability can definitely do weird fucking shit like cause stuttering. Pride is one is spending to go up. It doesn't cost that much to get a GoPro that can do 4K at 60. $100. He's a pretty successful YouTube streamer. So. Their comparison. I'm black. Eight doesn't. This is a hero, what, 12? 11? Does 4K at 120. 4K at 120. 4K 120, 4K 120, 4K... $3D? It is 350 3D. $4K 120. 50. This is 4K 120 as well, $200 to $300. Here. At 4K 120, it says 5.3K at 60. Yeah, so, and I'm sure you can pick these up used or whatever. There's really no excuse. As I mentioned before, 4K 60 is very 4K 60 is very, very easy to come by. It's very accessible. So there's really no reason not to. And if you want to get a real camera that can do it, I'm sure you could. Once again, you can buy used or new. The used market is very accessible once again through eBay for a lot of people. And once again, there's no problem with using eBay. If it doesn't work, you send it back. You're covered on eBay. Did I lose any crypto? No, I generally sit in stable coins, especially when things are, you're having a bear market or things are very volatile. I'll sit in stable coins instead of you sitting in Bitcoin or whatever's trending, Ethereum, whatever. It actually went up. It went down and then it went back up. So, yeah. Well, not up to where it was. It's not back to 20K, but it's actually recovered. Is it like 15 or something and then bounced back? Yeah, FTX. Once again, FTX doesn't even really impact that much. I mean, there's tons of people on FTX, like Mt. Gox when it exploded. However, Mt. Gox controlled much more of the market and crypto than FTX does. There's a lot of problems with what's happening with FTX right now, but the only reason it knee-jerk exploded was just because it happened and people buy into stuff that's happening, not necessarily because the majority of the market just like lost its Bitcoin or whatever. It's pretty impressive. You have one of the biggest exchanges in the world, and you can't manage to keep it positive. Only in fucking China. Yeah. How can you have access to like one of the biggest exchanges in the world, and you can't keep it net positive? People are fucking crazy, guys. Yeah. I don't know. Too many eggs. They put a bunch of their eggs in gambling and basically lost, or they had a security breach where they lost a bunch. Usually, most of the exchanges that go under, they don't go under necessarily because they lose a bunch of money, like they're net negative, but rather because they get hacked and they lose a bunch of money that way. There's exchanges that also recover, such as KuCoin, for instance, got hacked and they recovered and they bought back tokens. So not only did they recover, but they also bought back the tokens that were basically gave people IOUs and then paid them back. So cringeworthy. Don't vote. Okay. Don't vote. Just me or is Kiriko the best support in the game? No, that's Anna. She's still pretty good though. Also works for people spamming I need healing. Oh, we got some lovely messages. People like that won't go through it. Yeah, so they're talking about me mentioning Base Kit Unbreakable. They likely won't go through with it. Even Survivor mains thought that was a bad idea. That just shows you how far you have to get away from the norm in Dead by Daylight. This is Dead by Daylight, by the way. How far you have to get away from the norm in Dead by Daylight before people on the other side will even notice that it's a bad idea. Like it had to be explained. There's still people waiting for Base Kit Unbreakable, by the way. See it mentioned in common threads. It could be a Nexus scam. The other side is zero clue. FTX it is. Ah, coordinated play. Huh. Players have to interact to use it, however, Diva's mech uses it automatically. Interesting. It also works with turrets. Hmm. When OG players see a single legendary skin costs 50% of OW1. Want the Kiriko menu back? It's slapped, okay. Average British Overwatch game be like. Superb round if I do say so myself. Yes, excellent round. Splendid, delightful. Comparing Overwatch 2 to the Battle Pass. They should really compare the first season of Fortnite's Battle Pass, by the way. And when the first skin was the zombie skin, which almost no one bought, and which is now one of the highest prized skins in the game, was the first skin created for Fortnite that everyone said this skin sucks and no one bought. Almost no one bought. Yeah. Different beasts. No, it's not a skeleton. Skeleton was later on. It's a zombie skin. Aerial Assault Trooper and the Renegade Raider. Okay, it wasn't. Assault Trooper. I thought it was this, the Ghoul Trooper. Actually, maybe both of these came out at the same time. So maybe it's true. This is the one that's highly prized that was the Ghoul Trooper. Renegade Raider. Which was Renegade Raider? Ah! No. Yeah, no. Yeah. Renegade Raider was only available during Chapter 1, Season 1. It required you to not only reach level 20 in the Battle Pass, but also spend 1,200 V-Bucks, which is $12. Okay. It was one of them. I was wrong, though. The Ghoul Trooper actually kind of looks like a ghoul. Yeah, Renegade Raider. I'd believe that. There we go. It's one of them. Sorry, guys. I'm not in the know of OW or Fortnite's. I said the wrong skin name. Make one change that makes Mei either OP or so bad you choose her, you cannot win. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. The Ghoul Trooper and the Skeleton one are two skins I've seen. Renegade Raider, I believe, is not. First party performance numbers to 7900 XT, so pre-release numbers. New chart. So they're showing relative to the 6950. And it's looking like a 50% uplift-ish, 60%. Yeah, 60-65% uplift, depending on the game. Yeah. Pretty good. And it's supposed to be $1,000. XTX is $1,000. XT is $900 or $800. Which is going to absolutely destroy NVIDIA's margins, assumingly if it's around the price point. Yeah, we saw this rumor. I'll buy an 8-core processor if the V-cache is only limited to 8 cores. I kind of doubt it is. I'm looking more at a 7900 with a V-cache, but we'll see. I side graded. Slight upgrade because I couldn't wait 3 months. Okay. Right. DVD Reddits. And Nerf Pig. Yeah. Seriously? Because the new Texas Chainsaw game, BB might lose Leatherface. Say it like it's a bad thing. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna go wash my coffee cup out, guys, and grab a soda. I'll be right back, and we're gonna play some Overwatch. Alrighty. So, you guys think? So, as I mentioned, my CPU apparently was not completely stable. Only found out about this in like the last 2 days. But usually CPUs don't just instantly degrade, so maybe something happened. I don't know. Or it's been degrading until it finally reached a point where it caused an issue. But hopefully fix that. Also, something I'm noticing is it looks like it's loading up the wrong core. I'm seeing it on core 1. And the game should be smart enough where it doesn't do this. Like right now. It's on the wrong cores. So I might manually set... We're going to play some games. I'm going to manually change that too. So it's all on the same CCD. It only uses 6 cores anyways, so... Big problem. Mm-hmm. Playing around with the FPS limiter last night too. We're down to 300, which I don't think works any better than 360. Oh. Occasionally it loads core 7. I don't know why. Because everything on my first core is better. But occasionally it'll load core 7.
Strike from above.
You know, Faria, it's not a sign of weakness if you take it easy.
Mistakes arise when people turn careless.
A moment of laxity spawns a lifetime of pain. Would be a better way of putting that, but Farah does not seem to know the teachings of the Emperor, so...
Aerial positioning underway.
Fruition comes from within, as does failure.
Hello there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I am the chunk of
Widow? No?
Sniper detected.
Hmm? Instantly. I think I got railgunned. I think actually Zarya just instantly killed me. In like a second.
Increasing altitude.
A lot of things going on here. It's not just the fucking ball. Went back in, I guess. Good. Now I gotta wait for him to come back because we're staggered. Got sniped. I want to see the kill cam of the Widow, guys.
Aerial positioning underway.
Healing fortified. I have eyes on the sniper.
There's much for you to do.
Love of God, let me in the fucking window. And railgun to the face. Actually, it wasn't in the face.
The skies await.
Whoa, so you guys.
Taking to the air.
Widow.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Hey, Casey.
Aerial positioning
Not
underway.
ready to overclock just yet.
Heroes never die.
Good. Thank you, Mari.
Not done yet. Enemy spotted. Up and away. Over here.
This ends now. Helden sterben nicht. Heroes never die. Target down.
Hanzo, very certain is cheating. Very, very certain is cheating.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Yeah?
Taking off.
That's either a trigger bot or, that was the Widow, by the way.
Excellent team. Feeling more powerful? Much better.
First name bot. Fucking even get it.
Thanks for the assist.
Yeah, they got it. Yellow Gate says otherwise.
Огонь по готовности.
Justice reigns from above. I knew I could count on you.
My ultimate is charging.
Making another approach. Establishing aerial position.
Helden sterben nicht.
Hey, buddy. Fucking Christ.
Right back at you. I knew I could count on you. Positioning.
It's go time. Heroes never die.
Confirmed. Thank you for the assist. Not so fast. Enemies will finish. Blasted.
Oh.
Огонь по готовности.
Rains from above.
must have toggled off because he doesn't seem nearly as good as he was. I don't know what that means. Notice how basically the game basically stopped when he's not hitting instant headshots constantly? Yeah. He did it when he had to get to the first point, and he did it again to get the second point, and then it looks like he's just going to lull him. We're probably going to see something in the last minute again. Headshot.
This ends now. Let's show him some air power.
Especially that shot when I came around the corner, guys, moving at high speed for my concussive, and they just fucking insta-brains me. Or insta-kills me.
Engaging enemy forces. Hold it. Negative. The skies await.
Insta-killed me the moment I came around the corner from a concussive.
Repositioning.
Oh my.
It's go time.
Cybernetics ready. Establishing aerial position.
Oh. Didn't register as Sojourn was shooting me.
Heroes never die.
I don't want to talk about it.
I want to talk about it yet. Again. Okay. I hit him with a rocket direct while he was pulling me. I'd actually be kind of curious if his hook pull was faster than your rockets. He could pull you into rockets you're firing at him. That'd be fucking hilarious, although tragic. Farrah doesn't really need nerves, but... Uh-huh. Was he just fucking staring at me while I was looking at Piggy?
This ends now. Headshot.
Oh, this guy 100% toggled on. So, Sojourn's cheating too.
Some air power.
Alright. This guy?
Headshot. That's 2. I warned you. Cybernetics regulating.
Like 3. Any misses there. That's 100% cheating. And then also the Hanzo, which toggles on and off based on what's happening in the match.
Welcome to Ishvaransa. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm with you.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Alright.
Push the robot.
Strike from above.
Hi.
Do one more, and then we'll go back to 360. Stuck on fences, guys. Like, one of the biggest giveaways, by the way, when people are cheating is whether or not there's over or undershoot. If it clicks exactly to your brain or to your chest, it's almost always an aimbot. Especially when it's extremely consistent, like you guys just saw with the Sojourn. Like, exactly the same spot every single time. The Ashe that just killed us, for instance, you could see undershoot. Even though she killed me, you could see undershoot multiple times. Died to an orb.
Oh no! We lost the lead.
Shake it off.
Going here.
Yeah. Guy looks like he's cheating. Yeah, he's cheating. So the S76 is cheating.
Don't stay down.
Hey there.
Yeah. Not that it matters. This is a loss. That guy is super hard cheating, so doesn't matter. If I switch, probably maybe, like, I don't know, we need to have like a front character that can eat a bunch of damage.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together.
Surrender to my will.
Returning to battle.
Off.
Increasing altitude.
Hello there. Over there. Enemy here. No one can hide from my sight.
When I turn around, guys. And now she's cheating too. And knew there's another guy behind the wall just now on top of it, which is what the dynamite went for, even though she just killed me. So the Ashe toggles, and the soldier's just hard toggled.
Hello there.
Like, they aren't even, like, remotely, or like, there's a fucking Reinhardt literally just walking around in their front lines. Well, I don't know, cheating's fun for people. Yeah. Once again, Overwatch, guys, compared to other games, it's always the fucking weebs for whatever reason.
Systems nominal.
Yeah.
It's not your time. My ultimate is
Into the air.
What is ours
Piece of shit. They're always cocky pieces of shit, too. It's like cheating all of a sudden makes them, guy. Bye. Mm-hmm.
I've got you in my sights.
Mm-hmm.
Stay down.
Back for more.
If you're delusional enough, guys, you'll think that artificial skill is your own skill. My guess is they just backed off, so they're going to give us more time to end this, make this take more time. Basically what this turned into. Do you notice the soldier and the ash aren't anywhere close to us anymore? Yeah. The ash and soldier didn't show up because they're literally jacking off. Yeah. Yeah. They're just fucking around right now. Mm-hmm. So, another game with 2 cheaters in it. Good stuff. He has to come and try to save anyone I'm trying to kill, by the way, if you haven't noticed that. And we just kited them into our sniper and our teammate because he's a fucking moron. Predictable shit, guys. People are fucking animals. It shows, too. You gonna save her? There you go. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Like, this isn't even a normal game, guys. Because they're cheating, they're just fucking around at this point, and they aren't even doing, like, a competent push because they don't even need to try to play the game. So. And the only reason we're still playing it is because we're looking to see maybe if I'm wrong on the cheating, also getting stats in the top right. So. Instant death, guys. Good stuff. They didn't even fucking notice the fact that their DPS was missing for half the game to draw it out. Okay. You're trash. Yeah, no shit. Everyone in that fucking game was trash because we're playing against people that are cheating. No fucking shit. That was the... Oh, Brian. And this was the Ash? Yeah, like everyone died. That was not a winnable game in any way, shape, or form. The very fact that their team was split up with a Reinhardt just randomly walking around the map and we couldn't do anything about it, there's no way to recover that. And it's 100% because at least 2 of them were cheating, if not more of them were cheating. At least 2 of them were cheating. And it didn't fucking matter what they did, which is why they literally could just wander around randomly and do random shit, because they're trying to draw out the game length in order to have more fun. Because I'm sure they literally, if they just actually try, they literally just run over the enemy team because they're cheating once again. There's almost no way to deal with that. Like, we'd have to have a super competent front line with, like, a Zarya or maybe a Diva and, like, sit behind her, or Reinhardt maybe even sit behind the shield so we can't get brained constantly by the DPS. Yeah, 2 DPS literally did jack all that match. That's 100% a cheat lobby, guys, and there's nothing you can do about that. 2 DPS. They didn't even fucking notice it, by the way. That one guy just jacking off in chat. Didn't even notice it. 2 of the DPS literally disappeared for about a third of that match. The soldier and the healers did, too. Or one of the healers did. The Moira was, but the Mercy was jacking off with the soldier and the Ash somewhere on the map, and literally didn't do anything for about 30% of the match, 33% of the match. Because once again, they're trying to draw it out for maximum BM. Because they're fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate people like that. Holy... Not Smurfs, guys. Like, there's SPMM in the game, so we should be playing against Plats and Golds, guys. Well, we can even check. Plats and Golds. You think these guys are Plats and Golds? Let's find out. That's who we should be playing against. There's a Plat, although it is not comp. That was the soldier, by the way. These guys are using identical, so it's definitely pre-made. These guys are using identical. Diamond, oh my god. Diamond and Plat. Wow. Not GM, this is not Master. Gold, Plat, and Diamond. Okay, we're gonna try. Yeah, like, they didn't even, our teammate wasn't, if you're gonna lecture someone, you should be at least aware enough to notice that 2 DPS literally disappeared for half that match, not half, 30% of the match. They just left. And we couldn't do anything about it. It didn't matter, because at the end of the match, they're just gonna stop you from winning anyways, so it doesn't matter what you do. Let's see. Back to 360. Done. Probably should upgrade Process Lasso, but I haven't. It doesn't show like utilization per core. I wish it would. See if there's some way where I can keep track of which CPUs. No, you can look there, but it doesn't help when you have multiple processes running. And even under CPU, it doesn't necessarily show you which CPUs it's using. Usage of one process. That's not helpful. I'm pretty sure Overwatch only uses 6 cores. But we'll do like a game like this and see what happens. But yeah, there's nothing we could do against that match. That was a lost cause, guys. Can't look at the stats on it either because I restarted. I don't know why there's so many people that cheat and fucking quick play in this game, but there's a shitload. Maybe they don't play comp because they're just fucking around and they don't want to get reported. I postulated that before whenever I saw, back in Overwatch 1, whenever I saw someone cheating in quick play. I assume because people are less likely to report you. It seems like a safer place to cheat, right? Because no one cares about quick play. Wow. Yeah, for some reason it puts it on core 6. I don't know why. set of core 5.
You're still hiding. When are you coming back for good?
I'm trying, Fariha. Please.
Fariha!
With me.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer? Aerial positioning underway.
Keep calm, keep slow. I take care of my friends.
Holding my ground.
Over there. Enemy over here. Increasing altitude. I look after my own. Repulsion. Outfoxed. Up and away.
Fucking Christ. Games like the last one really make you lose faith in your ability to play a game, much like playing Dead by Daylight when you play against like a cheater lobby and you just completely lose like your ability to, like, I don't know what to call it, efficacy, like your thought on how you can perform in a match and what you're capable of doing in that match. And then you go to something normal and it adds quite a bit of context, right? How they pull out a Widow and start insta-killing everyone with headshots. Like, ah, okay. Hey, buddy. Ah!
I don't want to talk about it. Increasing altitude.
And for some reason, my CPU utilization doesn't even drop, even though we went from 360 to 300. There's almost no change in my CPU utilization, which is very weird. We are in GPU capped. You can see in the top right. Yeah. I don't know why you should give that to the tank. Doomfist isn't very good. After he kills everyone. Actually, it's Reaper killing everyone. I just got stuck. Whoops.
You've hang glided over a volcano, Fariha. This is
Yeah. Alt waste.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
This like map is designed to be fucking terrible for designed to be terrible for Pharah. You have like a bunch of small overhangs that are designed like umbrellas to trap you. Don't block line of sight at all. That's a good sign.
excellent teamwork.
Okay. Good. 351.97.
Score 0.
It could be it's using more than 6 cores. Maybe it's using 8.
Find your strength. We are soon to need it.
It might be using 8 actually.
Plan to win. Or expect to lose. Hello.
No. Hey. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
Yeah, I might actually use 8. Which ruins the idea for that because I have 2 CCDs with the 6 cores each, so we'll still try it anyways.
I don't stay down.
Lynn, your pick today? Good for you. These guys are like fucking obsessed with the tank for some reason. I don't know why. Like, they keep trying to kill the Doom. And while Doom isn't really that great of a tank, as far as, like, DPS goes, he's, like, super tanky. It's kind of hilarious, because he was a DPS at one point. Hey, buddy. Bye, buddy. They thought I was gonna come out the other door. Fooled them. Totally gonna queue. Ha ha ha!
I knew I could count on you.
Ah, the powered up Q, guys. Oh my god. Good.
Need reinforcements. Can I get an ETA? Up and away. Thank you. I don't think so.
Get her? No.
It's go time.
Mop.
Let the Kitsune guide
Good.
you. Nano cybernetics regulate.
Yeah? By the way, guys, I want one of those new swanky monitors with the lancing measurement built in. It'd be great right now. I don't have it, though. Because sometimes when you change your core affinity around, it causes all sorts of weird shit to go on, so. Which we're going to do here in a second after this game's over.
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
I thought it was a pre-made.
Round 3. Capture the objective.
Dude, when you push the fire button and nothing comes out of your gun, that's some old people problems right there, guys.
The objective is now
returning to battle.
I hate when you push the fire button, nothing comes out.
Over here.
Click on attack. Thanks, game. My shift wasn't up either, guys.
The skies await.
Tee-hee.
Forgot your parachute?
You're fine.
Okay.
Shake it off.
At 1% is actually a little bit lower than it used to be, though.
Establishing aerial position.
Our tank that did that?
It's go time.
Let's show him some air power. Group up here.
That's not good. Tank back. Let's go to the objective and get them out of the doorway.
Taking the point, moving on my way. I'm taking the objective. I don't
Our cow died in the doorway, guys. That's not good. Well, into the stagger we go. I wonder if Doomfists actually think like they're doing stuff like when they get the last hit. Get him? No. It's next to impossible to, next to impossible to boop tanks nowadays, unfortunately. 347.52. So it's not where we want to be. We want to be like 350, but that's still pretty good. But my accuracy and my direct hit is shit compared to what it was for, like, was it Saturday? Sunday. Like, you can invisibly see me shooting behind players. I don't know why that is. Obviously, we weren't on a bad server, so... Right, let's try Affinity here real quick. We'll just go through the steps. Gotta load it again. Good. Sunday was magical, guys. Was it Saturday? Sunday? Sunday, I think it was. Sunday was magical. Don't know what changed. Nothing should have changed. Okay, whatever the fuck that was. Locked up just now. Mouse feels different now, too. That's great. I love that there's just random shit going on my computer I don't really understand. My computer just made a beeping sound, and now my mouse feels different. The fuck? I must have like a virus or something. If it locked up, that would be one thing, but the fact that it's not locking up is another thing. Like some weird shit's going on, and it's not locking up. Mouse feels different. Makes complete sense, guys. And if there's changes, I don't even know if it's the affinity thing or if it's whatever the fuck just happened in the background that made a beeping sound.
Welcome to East. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I should really probably do a complete reformat, guys, but I don't want to do a complete reformat.
Strike from above.
Do you know what happens to a bad joke about flying?
Here we go.
It never lands.
Oh! Oh! Let's actually try and capping my FPS.
No unnecessary risk.
Establishing aerial position.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Thanks for the assist.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
En route.
Why is my Core 7 being used? I think that's Chrome. Now it feels normal. What the fuck just happened, guys? Fariha!
That's 3 directs. I am empowered. Group up here.
Following a tank jerking off.
Enemy here. Thanks for the assist. Establishing aerial position. They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Genji behind me.
Let's show them some air.
So when you're completely on cap, guys, you notice how my 1% is a lot lower? Fucking heal. Uh-huh.
The skies await.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. I know you're supposed to on occasion, but I haven't. Like she knew. Nowhere, guys. Reviving! There's so many tweaks I've done to my computer over the years. I don't know if I want to. But that's also probably a good indicator that I should, right? Like I might have inevitably fucked something up over the years. Yeah, probably should. Probably should. The problem is, like, when you have so many programs, guys, and when you reinstall them, like, you have to, like, transfer all the settings and shit. This totally feels a lot better. Whatever the fuck just happened feels infinitely better. It was whatever happened after that beep sound. I don't think it has anything to do with my affinity. Which is fucking hilarious. You can literally see there's a lot going on here that wasn't just literally 10 minutes ago, right? The fuck is that? Why is hitting shift doing that? What the fuck is happening to my computer? And for some strange reason, I'm looking at my CPU utilization and Core 6 for some reason will dip along with the game, but the game should not be using Core 6 at all. What the fuck is going on? Like, it is literally disallowed from using Core 6. Yeah, you are not completely wrong. Pushing the reset button is a meme for a reason. God. Like, would not have happened had that guy not walked up literally right in front of my crosshair just now. It's like all the fucking system settings and shit. See if I can kill the Mercy. Oh. Somehow I just lost my E. Thanks, Mercy. Like the true test is trying to kill a Mercy. Like a good Mercy. That is the true test of whether or not my issues have been fixed. Ah, they brought out the hit scan. Like, look at this shit. I'm like shooting around doorways and shit where I couldn't before. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
Heroes never die.
God, that's fucking annoying. Let me shoot you, Mercy! Oh, fuck off, Ash. You're not invited. Into the pig's loving embrace. It literally does feel like when you heard that beep when I was on the desktop, guys, something fucking happened and I wasn't doing anything other than adjust my affinity, and it all feels different. It's like a remote desktop session disconnected or something. FBI, are you watching? Was that you, FBI? You need to improve your fucking software so it doesn't do that when you're monitoring my computer. Please, FBI. The added input delay is killing me. kill him? No, she lost.
Let's show him some air power. En route.
Helden sterben nicht.
There's a soldier.
I don't stay down.
Like, look at my fucking shots, guys. Like, before, like, it felt like I had, like, 200 ms of delay. Which definitely makes it next to impossible to kill fucking Mercy. Well, anything. Like, this fast pace. Like barely make flick shots, right? Why did my 1% go to 60? Awesome, remember the ASCII code for GG, or hearts. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. Why is my CPU 6 using a boatload of CPU? What the fuck's even using CPU 6? Can't be that. Chrome? Yes? Why does it dip with Overwatch, though? When I'm not doing shit in Overwatch, it dips down. CPU process. Like, it's literally in tandem with what's going on my screen. I just turned off Chrome Remote on... Mouse still feels weird, by the way. It feels different. I don't know if it's even home right now. Now it's using like nothing, by the way. Like that's something that's only supposed to be used when I have like GPU utilization, like in the background, right? And nothing's really going on. Twitch is open. This is here. Yes. Video open. Not playing. Plugins, extensions, and toolbars. The thing is, like, Chrome will show you the CPU utilization, but it won't show you what tabs are using your GPU, right? This doesn't show you add-ons or extensions. It's Twitch. Was it chat? Having chat open? Fuck, guys. What the literal fuck? Was chat? Why the fuck is chat doing that? Chat. Why the fuck is chat doing that? Chat. Okay, well, this is relatively easy to duplicate. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn off my Twitch extensions here and see if one of them's causing it. That's fucking them nuts. Oh, I better TTV's still off. Oh, I wonder when I turn that off. One second, guys. We're troubleshooting here. Was it Franker Face Z? Looks like it's Franker Face Z, guys. And why was it higher when I was playing Overwatch? That's the weird shit. Chrome was using a lot of CPU when I was playing Overwatch. And then it'd go up and down with each match. Fuck does that mean? I don't know if this is related to what's going on in Overwatch right now. On. Why is it on? I just turned it off. Not using CPU utilization anymore, but it's on. Did I have the add-on pack on? Was that what I just turned off? Definitely just turned it off. Huh. I can't play music right now too because it's gonna fuck things up. 1 second, guys. What? Now it's behaving properly. The fuck is going on here? Let's try. I loaded a Twitch video of someone else's stream. And I closed it. Good question, guys. Good question. Okay, let's get into another game here. Wow, the more I'm digging, guys, the more questions I have about what the fuck's actually going on. I don't know.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway.
Welcome to Jungle.
Strike from above. 3 hits. Make it 4.
Prepare to attack. Select
Oh yeah,
your
that was weird. Yeah, we'll have to have chat open. And it's true. It's gone now. That's just even weirder. If I disabled it and re-enabled it, it fixed it. That's even weirder than why it happened. Because I restarted Chrome first, right? Why it happened in the first place. Because that means I didn't fix it. And that's putting aside, that's just Chrome. That's putting aside the fucking weird shit with that beep sound, and then my aim got better. I literally have fucking, like, FBI on my computer or something trying to figure out what I'm doing. Literally just watch the stream. You'll get the same experience. You don't need to be on my computer.
Keep the plan. Divergence leads to defeat.
Yeah, like my mouse just feels much more responsive now. I have no fucking idea what that was. Reminds me as if like screen mirroring or something was on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Positioning underway.
Fixed it.
Always more to learn. I will not waste this opportunity. Enemy over here. Dispersing.
I believe this is the Bastion. This guy is definitely cheating. You notice it completely unlocked when I went behind the building, and then it relocked onto me the moment I went in front. The soldier's definitely cheating.
Thanks for the assist. Repulsion.
Like, it looked like his mouse wasn't moving at all when it unlocked for me.
En route. Taking to the air.
Me too, alt.
The sky. Why isn't the payload en route?
Anna checking in.
Concussive out. Thanks for the upgrade. Establishing the aerial
He expects us to run over there and kill him. You can fuck off. That guy's 100% cheating. Like, he's looking for this one-on-one in the middle of nowhere. The moron, so it doesn't matter.
returning to battle. On the move.
Yeah, like, it literally doesn't matter. He has an aimbot and a wall hack. He just plays around it, so... Good.
Shake it off. Repositioning. Join me.
Jericho's trying to kill me right now. Yeah. Like I said, this guy's just playing a cheeky fuck. He's like trolling right now. Just cheating. Good for him. Wants attention like a kid.
The way is clear. Moving the payload.
On the move. Taking off.
Good. Very annoying to deal with.
We really need the payload to move.
Anna's not helping things either.
The skies await.
Good.
60 seconds remaining.
Well, the best we can do, guys. He's gonna kill me no matter what. So if I could kill him and then knock out the tank, that'd be even better. So. Feels like my aim's slightly off right now, too. Again? Good. At least Twitch isn't using CPUs, so that's good.
Making another approach.
Good.
10 seconds remaining.
Make it! Made it! Good. Okay. And soldier is gonna get a report.
Play of the game.
Righty. Next game. Pretty tough to deal with, guys. That's the kind of shit you see at GM. Like back when I played GM during OW1. It's obnoxious shit when people are clearly using an aimbot and they just run around the map doing shit like that because they don't, like, they can insta-kill you basically, so there's no point really. The only thing that would have been worse to deal with is like a Widow with an aimbot that insta-brains you, because then you can literally do nothing. But that guy, when I went behind that building in the main area, his aim literally stopped until I appeared again and then hard locked my chest again. He's 100% cheating. Like, that's... Yeah, it doesn't get any more clear than that. It literally looked like he wasn't even aiming his gun. Just stopped moving the moment I went behind the structure and then clicked to my chest immediately when I appeared again from behind the structure, so... Stuff.
Strike from above.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
Aerial positioning underway. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Good shit.
Your parents ever pester you about going back to the family business?
They are supportive of my work. Now that they have seen what I've become.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Establishing
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Excellent teamwork.
Wanted to get the kill cam on the Sojourn, not on this guy.
I don't
Good.
stay down. Taking off.
Honestly, it doesn't feel like we have a tank right now, guys. We have a Doomfist somewhere. They're fucking pushing the cart.
This ends now.
All systems nominal.
This guy couldn't hit anything earlier, guys.
Making another approach. Increasing altitude.
Fucking Christ.
Shake it off.
Didn't even fucking kill him, guys. What?
I don't want to talk about it.
Pretty sure the McCree is cheating. It might be toggling on and off. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. The Sojourn, I'm pretty sure, is cheating as well. Another one of those fuck-up lobbies where they just fuck with you. It honestly feels like Blizzard has me some sort of fucking anti-cheat lobby or something. Just the amount of people that we get that are just fucking sus as fuck is ridiculous. Like, we shouldn't be getting this every game. Mercy. No? Jesus fucking Christ. It feels like my shots are like super delayed again. You guys aren't seeing that right now? I literally can't fucking hit people right in front of me. Why? Fuck off, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I'm firing right in front of me, and it takes like a half a second before my missiles actually even pop out. And like, I'm literally shooting it right into their chest, and it's not even doing anything. It's pretty obnoxious shit. Holy fuck, guys. He's definitely cheating. As far as the McCree, I'm not sure. Holy fucking shit, guys. I have 37 MS ping, guys. Good.
Aerial positioning underway. Get ready. The breeze brings relief.
And a sticky grenade. Good. Like, it looks like he's shooting people, it's just they aren't registering, which seems to be like when you see cheating McCrees, seems to be a popular thing. I don't know why. They get a lot of non-hit registers, even though they're shooting right into you. The was Sojourn.
Play of the game.
Can't fuck that off.
Eh. Yeah, like that wasn't even a remotely competent match, guys. Like this is another cheat lobby, I'm pretty sure. But no way of figuring out if they're in a pre-made because the game doesn't tell you anymore because you wouldn't want that toxicity in your games, right? But we can tell based on them all having the... I guess there's multiple people having the Halloween background, so maybe not that. It's not the same as them all using the same icon. Sometimes see with pre-mades. None of those guys are good, too. It didn't feel like they're good. I'm just firing my gun, guys, and it literally takes fucking forever for my shot to come out of my gun. I pull the trigger, and just, like, it's like a half... I'm literally breathing down their neck, guys, pulling the trigger, and then it takes a half a second for the... Like, they are... The time between when I pull the trigger and where they are on my screen is such a huge gap. Like, it doesn't even make sense. And then we go to practice range, and it feels perfectly fine. It just makes it even more ridiculous. Like, I can't... And this says a higher ping, by the way, the practice range, if this is... I don't know if the practice range is local or not.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
And the gun feels super responsive. I don't fucking know, guys. Let's turn off the affinity setting. I don't understand what's going on here. Change it again? Get it? I don't understand what's happening here. And it is absolutely miserable as shit when I pull the trigger, and when it happens on the screen is just completely different. I gotta take a piss. I have a couple other ideas. Maybe we'll try changing the priority. See if that does anything. Take it.
Strike from above. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
No, I turned it off. I had it on for a long time. I just recently turned it off when I've been experimenting with this.
Increasing altitude. Taken down.
By the way, it looks like they went back to 22-tick servers. You can see PPSN is 22 right now. Yep. Try another one. Fucking like, how is this so random? What the fuck is going on here? Like, it works for a little bit, and then it doesn't work. Like, it works fine in... The only way for me to test my input lag is literally to get one of the fancy monitors, or I'd have to get whether not FCAT. Performance analyzer NVIDIA sells, but they're for reviewers. There's no way to do it during actual combat. But like, my character movement feels responsive. That's the fucking weird thing. So maybe it's a network problem? My movement feels relatively responsive.
You weren't watching the skies.
I don't know. I don't understand why my shots feel responsive in training, and then when I get in the game, they're not. PPS here is 65, so that's normal. Is 66 tick. The game used to be 23. You guys aren't aware.
Safety's off.
Aerial positioning underway. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Untrue. Not where we want to be. Hey, buddy. Why did he not get E'd, guys? He didn't even go off on his screen.
Returning to battle.
That's fairly interesting.
Establishing aerial position.
Again, he's not getting affected by shots the same. Fuck off. He didn't deflect, did he? It was after I killed myself. Like, he just started deflecting.
Shake it off.
How the fuck did I kill myself?
Push forward now.
Into the air.
Probably have a cheating soldier. Stuff. I don't know if this guy's really fucking laggy or what the fuck's going on here. Like, I just looked away and he's still deflecting projectiles from me when I wasn't aimed at him anymore.
Establishing aerial position.
Good.
Making another approach. Up and away.
Like, you can see how fucking far away my projectiles are on the kill cam compared to where I'm firing them.
Returning to battle.
And it's not even remotely close.
Aerial positioning underway. Positioning.
Oh my god. No. Widow? I think I heard a Widow. Zen's just fucking sitting in back, guys. Agonizing. Mm-hmm.
Always more to learn.
God. Good.
Defeat.
Alrighty. Like, most of our hits, guys, were just from, like, literally spamming around corners. Good. Alrighty. Game, guys. A GPU? I don't fucking know. I don't know what's going on here, guys. Sometimes works and feels great, and then other times it's just like the weekend. And I should actually just like save the entire stream on Saturday or Sunday where it's actually working well. Just for posterity. Let's see. Rough, guys. This. I just... Yeah, probably. People like when they make you change characters. They cackle to themselves. couple years ago, I actually did a fresh install to make sure the problems weren't being caused by that. Going back to talking about reinstalling Windows. And I remember it making no difference, so I went back. Obviously, it might be different nowadays, but... That was a while ago. What was I playing when that happened? I think it might have even been Overwatch.
Traveling to Dorado.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude.
Yeah. Good.
Let's show him some air power.
Like, even if it works out at the end, they'll still brag about it. Like, it's a jerk-off point for them. Like, it literally just felt like it just shot through the fucking Zen just now. That first shot? What the fuck just happened to her? I don't know where the Ash went.
Returning to battle.
Right in front of me on the next to the wall? Christ. Just shot through her.
I don't stay down. Enemy over here.
Thank you.
Increasing altitude.
Maybe. Maybe it'll have to be a thing, it'll be a to-do. Fuck off, dude. Dead. Finally dead.
Making another approach.
Good. Once again, Echo's just a superior Pharah. She was Pharaoh's outdated Or, depreciated. That's what I was looking for. Depreciated with Echo's release. But I still play her because I have the most playtime on her. And it gives me a good idea what's going on in my game, whether or not things are working right or not. Good. Didn't seem to change anything, guys. Hey, Twitch, you want to load the whole thing? That'd be fine. Right here. Right here. And there's some cores that are at 100%, so. Christ. I've been sitting on this fucking alt for like literally fucking half the game, guys. And you have to track them somehow, and you can't.
They took the robot. We need to attack.
And then he had only one healer. Buddy. Dude! Get in time. We had a DPS Kiriko, guys. Good. Said social? I don't think this changes things. Yeah. Like they intentionally make it so you can't talk to the team at the... Is it even meant for me? Even though they have both.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
Feels like a character that has no purpose. Do anything. No. Okay. Aldine. Passive waiting. Shitty thing. Okay, guys, so I'm dead. Different. 6. Widow is? Yeah, soldier. Widow. Oh my god. There's the Widow jacking off spawn. Good for her. That's not good. If you haven't noticed, we're hitting a lot more cracked shots now, so maybe that's good. It's not showing at my 0.1% and all, or my 1%, excuse me. getting heals now, but it's from the Ana. It's not really from the Kiriko. Once again, this game should 100% separate self-healing from... I don't know what's going on, guys.
Welcome. Prepare your defenses.
Very frustrating. Like on Sunday, when like things were magically aligned, it definitely felt like my time to fire. So when I click the button with my mouse and when the projectile comes out, was much shorter.
Increasing altitude. If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
Ah, my hero. You're like a knight in flying armor.
That's what I'm going for.
Got a good cigar and a big iron of mine. What more does a man need? Maybe something to drink.
A waifu?
3, 2, taking 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I will not waste this energy.
Hanzo. And headshot.
Hold it. The skies await.
Good.
Taking to the air. I knew it.
Objective lost.
Might be time for reinstall, guys. There's only so many different permutations I can come up with to explain what's going on. Oh. She threw her grenade on me in the middle of the air, guys.
Increasing altitude.
This ends now. Just try to stop me. This ends now. Just try to stop me.
Notice how he can't hit mouse ones, but hits all his mouse twos?
My head's in the game.
Yep. Like he isn't even trying to lead. W keyed. Or, strafed. Based. Feels better, but I don't know. That could just be we're having a good round, so relatively good round.
The skies await. Taking to the air. Nerf this.
The fuck game. Jesus fucking Christ. What a shitty place to put your fucking ult. Why would you do that? I think it was intended to drop on the cart, but they mistimed it. And instead it just blew up above the building, which basically... wasn't a problem for the majority of people. Because they're sitting at the cart.
Making another approach. This is not the end. Aerial positioning underway.
It's go time.
I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
I've got you in my sights.
Team, we're still redeploying, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to talk about it. They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Play of the game.
Sus 76. Oh, that's just an ult. What? I think I did actually install in like 2017. Thinking about that now. Reinstall 2018. I could do the taboo thing and upgrade my PC. It can cause performance drops. Oh, it's only Windows 11.
Traveling to new planes.
I guess. Maybe I'll update my PC. Memers, guys. Memers and weebs. The soldier was the Hello and Kitty on the opposite team. You know, like Hello Kitty, because you literally can't pick out a name for yourself. Anything that comes to mind, guys. Good. No, I'm not. I'm from last year. I haven't updated. I think mine's from 2021 H2. It's only a year old. It shouldn't be a problem. Which is why I haven't done it. For 2017. Probably would perform better if it was from 2017.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective next in 30 seconds.
Enemy here. I will not waste this opportunity.
Hey, buddy. Like, if you look at the kill cam, guys, you can see where the rockets are firing versus where they actually are. Like, it's not remotely, like, in the same ballpark.
Positioning. I see an enemy. Taking off. The barricade is making progress. We have the lead. Aerial positioning underway. First started. Let's go. Positioning.
Forward spawn activated.
Okay.
Establishing aerial position.
Good.
See ya. Goodbye. Make sure that doesn't stop. I knew I could count on you. EMP activated.
Yep. Huh. Okay. That looks sus as fuck. Notice how she's aiming in a different spot, and then it clicked to my chest, and then clicked back to the original spot she was at. Like she didn't even fucking fire her gun. I know. It'll happen. You're about to lose. Make sure you toggle on, guys. I thought she actually died. That was her widow mine. Yeah, she's 100% cheating now. When I came around from the corner, it just instant tapped to my chest.
The enemy has claimed the robot.
Double back.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. Increasing altitude. Stop the robot. I require healing. Shout like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish.
Uh-huh. Should have went and looked for medkit, guys.
They're taking the robot. Just in case. Checking in. Up and away.
Overwatch RPers. How are you not dead? What the fuck is that? I hit him twice, 240 and 240, 300. How the fuck does he have 1 HP? Where did his 1 HP come from? What the fuck was that? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Somehow had 1 HP. 1 HP to save him from that.
Always more to learn. We're outnumbered. Be advised.
Armor, I guess? There's no way you should have 1 HP. God, I thought there was friendlies in there. There were friendlies in there.
Returning to battle.
This guy 100% just toggles on and off. It's fucking obnoxious as shit. Almost as obnoxious as like fucking shooting directly at people and being unable to shoot them because my gun seems to be delayed. That's pretty huge too. My fucking punches connect better than my rockets do, guys. Uh-huh. OBS, we can try maybe adjusting something here on OBS real quick. Good.
On my way. My bad.
Like literally shooting right into them, and they have enough time to hop and move to the side of my projectile before it actually goes to where they're fucking aiming.
Sniper! I keep my head down. I was. Enemy here.
Seconds remaining.
Establishing aerial position. Making another approach. They outnumber us. Keep it tight. We need that robot to turn around.
30 seconds.
Junk away. Stand with ya. Still coming at me. Team to me. Take back off. Goodbye.
unfortunately.
Stop the enemy immediately.
From one area into another, guys.
The enemy is pushing their barricades.
Do we just not have any healers? What the fuck's going on here? Yeah, this guy's 100% cheating. Like, he tried to click it to me wherever I was on a screen or something. Some of my shit looks really fucking weird. This guy can't aim worth shit, and then all of a sudden he can hit all of his fucking shots, and then he can't aim worth shit again. But I called it already, so... yeah. Alright. Okay. Let's try doing something here. Might as well. I'll be right back, guys, in roughly 40 seconds. I have to change an option in OBS, and I have to close it, so... disconnect protection is going to pop up here, and then it will disappear again. So, be right back very shortly.